Hello, everyone. Sandra here. And last time we got Koss. He had been captured by the whoever's. And I'm at least going to get us a Venta Cemetery, I guess. Pretty soon my goal is going to be going back to the Crystal Desert. But that's a pretty soon goal and not a current goal. Hey, Dead on Stick. Good to see you. How are you doing? I am doing pretty well. Hey, Koss. And a hero shall lead them. Yes. Just double check. Yeah. Just stuff out this way. Normal stuff. Like you do. 2 guinea pigs. What causes you to have 2 guinea pigs that you are dealing with? Ah, your shoulder has been turned into a guinea pig, by which I assume you mean a guinea pig is on your shoulder. You know, I guess you take your wins where you can get them, but that doesn't sound like much of a win. Gotcha. I have learned something new. I guess you would. That mandragora popping up behind us. Looks like it is. Sentry traps, sentry traps. That guy didn't like his barbs treatment. I guess our damage is pretty good because these guys are not holding up very well at all. Oh, yeah, this is a problem. Wow, okay. Yeah, these things are just evaporating. What's going on here? I am somewhat baffled, that is all. Is it all of the dudes coming along? Like... what's going on here? More scribes. Let's see. Ooh, that did a bunch of damage. I see. So if you don't have a target, then Strike as 1 will teleport your pet to you. Apparently. Oh, it instantly moves to your target. If you're your own target, then it instantly moves to you. But you can send it to, like, companions and stuff, too. That makes sense. Feels a little high. Just eat at me all you want, dude. All you're doing is feeding me. I drained a lot of health from that guy. Oh, man. Looking forward to Laurel Eclipse coming out. It's the next Magic set. In particular, I'm looking forward to seeing the cards in person. I feel like this has been something that's been kind of consistently true lately, but I feel like the printings of the Magic cards look a lot better than the digital renders that they put up on the websites. And I don't know why that's the case, but it definitely seems to be to me. I needed a better staff, as I recall. Okay, so what I'm debating right now is if I want to go ahead and do this mission. I guess I'm here, so I might as well. Yeah, might as well. I kind of want to get back to the Crystal Desert and doing stuff there, but advancing in either campaign is good for me. Do I have a Nightfalls book? I do. It has Consulate Docks, and this is going to be the next mission. Yep, that's my Flameseeker Prophecies book. Oh, that reminds me. Yes, I will just go ahead and place that one, I guess. What did I even do? Okay. But yes, I have been reminded that the Zyshan mission today is Dunes of Despair, so I want to try to remember to pick that up before I actually go do Dunes. I believe I did the desert tour, but I didn't do any missions. That's what my recollection is. Yes, the Strike as One Curses Necro. Truly a classic. Truly. Someday I'll be able to replace Not Spider with an actual spider, but I don't know when that'll be. Seer's a jerk. This is an instant use. It's a shout. Huh. Ooh. Now that's what I like to see. Bolts of Linen. Yeah, I want to get Enraged Lunge, the elite from Cantha. But I need to get past Nipui and Vizuna Square. Man, this freaking traveling salesman problem sucks. Okay. Ribe. Savage Shot. 500 gold bounty? Wow. Being really undersold here. What's a classic? Computer science issue? Or Counter-Strike? Or... Oh, traveling salesman? Yeah, it is. Quite classic. Get up there, my pet. Healing Breeze is definitely a skill that I'm quite fond of. AI doesn't always use it super intelligently, but it is so useful for keeping people topped off. And just like alleviating the effects of pressure. Okay, I do want those gold coins. I also want to make sure I don't get too close to that boom place, because I've had that happen before and it went really poorly for me. Now known as a boom place. I don't know why I tried to necrosis somebody who didn't have any conditions on him. It didn't work. I should be replacing our mites with irresistible on her. I don't know what I'm doing. Melania's bar is not correct. Maybe I can leave those guys alone. That would be nice. Striker's Run really does seem to make your pet function a lot better. Okay. Now, I'm trying to remember. I'm going to go around. I got myself in trouble somehow, and I really don't want to repeat that. You've unguineaed yourself. Yep. Oh, right. There's a thing here. Right, give me your tanned hide squares. Thank you. Yeah, it's maybe a little overkill. But it has a 5-second recharge, so. Felt like I was infringing on my compass a little bit too much there. Yep. No, judging your every move is fine. Yeah. Jimmy, you could have couch players like you judging my every move. Yeah, that's perfectly... That's fine. That's how we would say it. I mean, you could go either way. Slightly different feel between each one. Judging feels a little bit more ongoing in a way, I guess. That's also possible. The Brits definitely use English differently than the Americans do. Probably some people we could ask about that, actually. Okay, I'm gonna go back around. I guess I'm gonna go over here first and then come back, and I don't know. They have really good coverage with their watch posts, which makes going after them challenging. I'm gonna turn off the sentry trap. You know what? Let's be silly. You don't go. Oh yeah. I can't read like most of that. Okay, yeah, we're not doing this. Very is the answer. I'm currently waiting for book 22 of That Time I Got Reincarnated as a Slime to come out in a month, roughly. Yes, book 22. I have thoughts on the series, but I'm gonna let you read and formulate your own opinions before we would talk about such things. That Time I Got Reincarnated as a Slime is a long series. I know there's also going to be a book 23. I don't know the exact nature of it. Yeah, still, eh? Oh, you were on 8. Okay. I don't know, I've been rereading So I'm a Spider, So What, which I like a lot. I like That Time I Got Reincarnated as a Slime, but I like So I'm a Spider, So What more. I definitely want more of the anime. I feel like some of the later books would work a little bit better as anime. Sure. Or like the anime would work well for them. Yeah, so far I've read So I'm a Spider, So What is finished. That has 16 books, and that one's complete. I've read That Time I Got Reincarnated as a Slime's light novels, and I've read 21 of those. I know there's 23, I think, out in Japan. I don't know if the 23rd one is like the 17th or not, which is more of a short story collection. So I don't know. I don't know if it. Basically, at the end of in the afterword of 21, he's like, I think I should be able to wrap this up in the next book. Other people are laughing at me, thinking that that's not possible. So I don't know what actually ended up happening, because there's also some indication that he might, Fuse might do more. 23 is the last book. Yeah, that's the one that's that I know is out. I don't know if it wraps everything up or if it's a short story collection though. But regardless, I think I need to go up and around, don't I? That's a massive cliff and a whole, right? Hang on, I need to do some geographical investigation. But yeah, and then I've also read the 16 books of Overlord that are out in English. And I will say, I didn't like Overlord as much. I enjoyed the anime to a decent degree. But I believe the plan is for 2 more books in Overlord as well. Why for what? Sorry, I've gotten desynced from what you're referring to. Like, trying to navigate the game and fight Cornins and read chat. Okay, I need people to stop shooting at me with their bows and arrows. It does some really... Mostly because I was interested in the world building. I think Overlord works... Personally, I think Overlord works generally better as an anime than as a light novel series, though. Because its emphasis on action and spectacle kind of makes that like not work as well written. Also, Ainz suffers from an incredible amount of imposter syndrome, which is really not something I find particularly pleasant to read about. And it's in the anime, but not quite as potent. It's interesting reading a series where the main character is a villain. But like a kind of complex, nuanced, but is definitely a villain. But it's mostly because I think, like, basically everything that I like about, like I've said this before, but everything that I liked about Overlord, I felt like Slime did better. But I'm curious about how the light novels end. Or like how the story's gonna wrap up. But mostly because I was curious. I do think that Overlord feels a little bit better earlier on. Before he goes, like, very villain. Yeah, well, that's one of the... You get that, I feel, with... So I'm a Spider, so what, as well, as the protagonist is competent. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Like, the problems that I have with Overlord is, like, Ainz doesn't have any confidence in himself. And so because he lacks any sort of confidence with himself, he can't lead. He's constantly, like, I don't know, yeah. Well, the problem is he doesn't exercise any of the agency he actually has, right? Because he doesn't have any confidence in himself because he's suffering from the world's worst case of imposter syndrome. And so, like, the bits where he does take agency turn out really well, but he just so rarely does it. He mostly lets his advisors pull him around because he thinks they know what to do better than he does. But he's not leveraging his position correctly, where he should be using their expertise to help achieve his goals. And so, like, the problem is he's way more competent than he thinks himself as being, and so he just doesn't exercise his agency in any sort of interesting way, and it's very frustrating. But, like, the setup and world building, everything, I find really interesting. It's like I'd want to talk with you about where Slime goes. I know. Well, and like the thing is, there's a lot of unknowns, right? But the problem is he doesn't really feel like he has a sense of what sort of goals he wants to set. He just because he's too scared of appearing incompetent to his minions. He has to constantly he's constantly deferring to them, right? And then because of that, he doesn't gain any agency. And in part, that's because he doesn't believe he deserves the position that he has. He doesn't believe he deserves their devotion or any of that. And so because of his incredibly severe imposter syndrome, and like, there's a lot of like, is this the game world or is this not? Like, it's clearly not quite the game world, but it's clearly got some relation to it, and or like things. There's a lot of the world building stuff in Overlord that I find really interesting. Of like, okay, you've kind of pulled this here, but like, to some extent, some of the concept is executed better in Minagra, Civilization of Ruin, something like that. I forget the exact name. It was an anime that came out somewhere, I don't know, within sometime last year, where it's like, it's a game isekai where it's like, oh, this is somebody who's like playing a 4X game, kind of like an RTS or a 4X game, and then it kind of expands from there. And get out of here, Donkoro. I want experience points. Okay, Milani's level 20 now. I want experience points on costs. Thank you. And so like that one has really interesting things going on of like, okay, we have one person doing a 4X game, and then other game genres start being introduced later in the series, where it's like, this is an RPG and they're having to deal with clashing mechanics, and it's really interesting. Like a really interesting setup. My goodness, I have a lot of stuff in my inventory. And I kind of think that executes on it maybe a little bit better, arguably, but like he kind of feels like the only reason he's guild leader is because he's the seat warmer, right? He's keeping the throne warm for the people who actually were competent and skilled. And like he has some really good moments of like introspection and stuff, but like he's so, Ainz is just so lacking in any sort of executing on his agency. It's deeply like, it's, I wish he exhibited a greater sense of his own objectives and goals. And he just doesn't. And like, that's the thing, is like, Rimuru to some extent like falls into a lot of positions because he's taking responsibility for things, and that's very different. And like, Rimuru has goals and he steers people towards them, and he revises things over time, but like he very much so is like, he just wants to have a nice comfortable life enjoying the things that he likes. And you know, he wants that for everyone. Yeah, I mean, a lot of it though is he's keenly aware that the world is not Yggdrasil. It has some stuff from Yggdrasil in it, but is not. And like that for Ainz is a pretty significant struggle. Because he like, I think a lot of what happens to him is because of the events that happen to Shaltir very early on, where she gets mind controlled. He's just like super cold feet and super cautious. So he's kind of playing things super cautious because he doesn't know what's out there. And he wants more information and stuff like that. But I mean, it gets more complicated as you go further through, though. If you've only seen through season 2, you've only experienced part of the story. What I really enjoyed, though, that has Ainz in it, is Isekai Quartet. That one's... Yeah. But again, like, everything is really weak compared to him. But then things function... Because things function in ways he doesn't expect, at times. Like, the existence of martial arts was not a thing that was in Yggdrasil. That's something that's mentioned. So he's like, I don't know what these sorts of limits are and stuff like that. So he's trying to figure out how to get information through a lot of it. Who do I even have in my party? I had these people in my party. I don't really need all of this melee, but whatever. I'm going to keep it for now. But yeah, like, oh my goodness, the stupid goblin horn summoning. The second one is just, it's in the freaking, it's the most awkward, like, introducing the different regiments thing, and it's in the freaking light novel too, and I'm like, why is this so terrible? I don't know. My favorite, like, so one of my favorite things from Overlord, though, is I just feel absolutely vindicated when I'm like, okay, I'm going to enter this word into Google Translate and then use that as my character name. I feel so vindicated from that because there's a, like, throwaway NPC or, like, throwaway character in Overlord named Baron No Smarts. And it's just like, you really named this character. Ah, yes, Lord Idiot. That's his name, you know? It's just so funny to me. I need a character for my story who does something stupid. I will call him... I'll call him No Smarts. Hi, insect hunt. Oh yeah, I need to get not spiders window up here. Yeah, barb striggers. See, yeah, you're at the point where Great Sages evolve into Raphael. Like, honestly, that's at least half of what makes Rimuru strong is Raphael. Man, I can't talk about slime with you because you're too far behind. I don't want to spoil stuff. Oh, right, we're gonna get friggin' Idiot Centaur soon. Ever since I did the slow playthrough, I really don't like Zed. I mean, he's fine, but, like... So many elite Cornins up there. I should have brought a Signet of Capture with me, but it's not too big of a deal. Oh yeah, I have OTX Cry on my bar. There's a point in time you'd never do that because it didn't do anything, but I don't need that open right now either. I know where I'm going. Have a Defile Enchantments. Whee! What do you tend to like in your stories, Dead on Stick? I mean, you clearly have indicated you like the competent protagonists that, like, thinks things through. Okay. Activate the fight with this cornering group coming behind us. Yeah, but the centaurs also eat people. Sorry, I can't get over that fact. They clearly state that they eat people. Mm-hmm. I've really, really liked So I'm a Spider, So What. I feel that the world building is very well considered. It does tend to be a more introspective series, though. Right. Yeah, I get you. Like, a lot of the things that are going on in So I'm a Spider, So What make a lot of sense. The anime has a bit of a different feel from the light novels. Uh, the anime plays a little bit more, I don't know the right word, pop-ish is kind of the comes to mind. I don't know, it's hard to describe exactly. But I feel that the light novels are a bit different. There are some frustrating translation typo errors. Yen Press really needs to do more proofreading / whatever, in my opinion. But who's gonna make them? I mean, there's some issues with that in Slime as well. But part of what, because I watched the anime for Spider and I really liked it a lot. And then I'm like, but you've set up some, like, the world building is unfolding in ways that are really interesting and I need to know more. And that's what got me into reading light novels in the first place. Is I wanted to know what happened. And so I'm a Spider, so what? Yeah, there's boss up here is a necro boss, so I should have brought a Signet of Capture for it. I want this blue tongue Hecate, please. Yeah, Spider is 24 episodes, which gets through book 5 basically. It kind of extends some events a little bit past where book 5 ends, but it's structured really weirdly in the sense that there's a I mean, it tries to hide it. There's some structural things that it does a little bit oddly. So like the first 5 books kind of follow a sort of pattern. And then the next books follow a sort of different structure. But there's some stuff that was very reminiscent presentationally of how Slime works as well. And then in the light novels, where it's the close first person sort of thing that you get, particularly in the early Slime novels. Slime kind of branches out a little bit more later, but I really like the narrative style of Spider. Well, I healed my pet. Didn't really mean to, but it's not a big problem. Hi, I would like my health back. But yeah, I'm quite fond of aren't you? Heck yeah, we're going hunting. We'll go on our island refuge later. This is more important. If you have any questions about it, feel free to ask. I've read the light novels. I'm on my like third read through of the light novels, and I read them for the first time over the course of like the first part of last year. Disappointing. No chunks of drake flesh. How could they do this to me? Am I going to go grab that elite now? I guess I don't really have a reason not to. I mean, part of it's going to be personal preference, right? There's somebody I was talking at with Barnes & Noble when they had a sale the other day. Oh my goodness, that's so many Iron Tooth Drakes. And he was saying that he really liked slime but couldn't get into So I'm a Spider, So What. Barnes & Noble is it's principally a bookstore. Yes, chunk of drake flesh. Victory is mine. I can see why you'd think that. Barnes kind of like storing food. But no, it's it's principally like a bookstore, but they also sell like Lego sets and music CDs and stuff. So it's kind of, and some games, like board games and stuff. So it kind of like has a variety of things, but it's principally a bookstore is what I think of it as being. I've been purchasing my light novels through them because I don't want to give Amazon money if I can help it. Yeah, that's fair. It's one of the larger bookstore chains. Rather than being like a mom and pop one, or like a small local bookstore. There are a lot of very big grocery store chains, though. That's... But yeah, I was looking to see what slime novels I had in stock because the stuff in the store was 10% or 25% off. Yes. Manga. They have like a whole manga section, and there's a small part there that has light novels. They also have like a whole cookbook section. And there was things like Ticket to Ride the official Ticket to Ride cookbook. And I'm like, why does Ticket to Ride have a cookbook? That doesn't actually surprise me, but it is kind of interesting to think about. I like hearing non-America-centric perspectives on things. Okay, well, I have obtained Contagion, so that's good. What do I want to put in that slot, though? Interesting. Yeah, I know. Like, our library system out here, like, that's where I borrowed, like, the light novels from them for Slime, Overlord, and Spider for my initial reads. I own the So I'm a Spider, So What light novels. And I have a few of the Slime ones as well, but... What do I want in that spot? I might just stick Scavenger Strike there, because why not? I should clear out my inventory, but this outpost does not inspire me to do so. Okay, cost still not where I want him. Where am I storing my chunks of drake flesh? Right here. Excellent. Yeah, leather squares. Excellent. I like leather square. Okay, I'm happy to be banking up some tanned hide. I need more wood, as I recall. Okay, that was... In retrospect, maybe I should have seen that coming, but I definitely didn't. Congratulations to me. I have unlocked a crippling axe haft for when I want to use axe rake. Anchorites, minor wind prayers. I will need to investigate that one. That one might have some values. I'm going to investigate that one too. I need to visit the merchant. Unfortunately, this outpost sucks and they're really far away. Yeah, there's definitely sections of America that are like that too, but there's also large sections of America that are like, you mean we can sell this for money? Sure. So I'm not unfamiliar with the sort of snobbishness that you're talking about, but yeah. Well, though, interestingly enough, when we visited the small town I grew up in northern Indiana, they had a section in their library that had manga in it. I mean, it's like Naruto and stuff, but they still had one. And this is like a, I don't know, few thousand people maybe? Maybe? I'm not actually sure how big it was. It's definitely what we would consider a small town, though. I don't know what the size comparisons are for Europe. It surprised me, though. I will say that. I was not expecting it. Come on, Zed. Follow me and don't die. Wait. We're going by Shelob, aren't we? Oh, I see. Yeah, that's not how things are associated here. I think I might want to step back and grab another Signet of Capture, because I think we're going by Shelboa, the Ravenous. In which case I should bring a Signet of Capture with me to capture that elite. So I'm going to be passing by it anyway. That's interesting. Like, I think the U.S. probably has a longer history, because, like, you know, Dragon Ball was... I remember seeing Dragon Ball Z on Cartoon Network as a kid. And I remember, like, the One Piece 4Kids adaptation when I was a teenager and stuff. So it's probably... And, like, Shaman King. Pokemon, of course. I wasn't necessarily reading manga, but, like... How developed is the comic books, or, like, comic book industry? I don't know even how to describe it in Europe, because, like, we definitely have, you know, a comic book industry that's been going on for a long time, and graphic novels and stuff fit into that, and manga fits right into that too. So I could see that. Okay. Gotcha. Interesting. I wonder where that association was developed. Especially for as long like to 2008-ish is quite long, I would feel. Sure. Yeah, I would have thought that like Marvel would have had pretty big distribution and stuff, or want to be worldwide distribution. American movies. Yeah. Yeah. Comic books were often more aspirational in some regards. Right? Man, that would have been amazing to see at well, not that I watched Times Square New Year's stuff, but hello, the Ravenous. Yeah, it would be nice. Get in my unlocked skills list. I don't really have blood magic right now. Yeah, so that's kind of not very good, but infinite commercialized slop and culture wars. I mean, there's definitely like that traditional diner. There's been places like that that I've been to that do exist. Hang on, I need to switch out water cups. But I don't know. A lot of America, as I've experienced it, is the suburbs. So you're driving everywhere. And people want their neighbors to have nice lawns. That's a little reductive, but your view of America may have turned from romanticized cultural center of the Western world to overly cynical view of everything that is bad about the West a bit too heavily. Yeah, HOAs feel weirdly un-American to me. I don't know. Like, there, part of it is talking about America as it is, and like America has a lot of self-contradictions in some of those regards. Of like, why do HOAs exist if we have the idea that you should be free to do with your land what you want? And also, if you want to do something with your land, you have to go get permission from the local government, but also you have to pay property taxes because you don't own your land. The government does, because you're paying taxes on it. But you own your land, but you have to pay taxes on it. I know I have a lot of things are particularly bad here in Washington State because we don't have a state income tax, and so they have to get all of their money through other means, and so we have pretty high sales tax, which is also a weird concept. It's like, oh yeah, I want to buy. I mean, it doesn't get applied to food typically. It's other things, but like, oh, I want to go buy a pack of Magic cards, and it's just going to cost like 11% more because of sales tax. Yeah, but it's baked into the price you see on the sticker, right? Like, we have with VAT, we have to do the math ourselves. Yeah, so like the sticker price for the pack is say $5.99, because that's what play boosters are at the game store I usually go to. And then you know, I have to calculate that, oh no, this is going to be you know, whatever, like roughly 60 cents more, right? Because the tax is not included in the sticker price. I don't know why it's not. It just traditionally is not included in the sticker price. So it shows you the sticker price, and then you have to pay the tax on top of it. And so you just kind of have to like bake in that everything is like a little bit more expensive. Also, sales tax is based on the state that you're in. Oregon, the state south of us, doesn't have any sales tax. So you don't have to worry about it. Of course, they have income tax. But like going out to a restaurant, there's the price of the food, and then there's sales tax on top of that because eating at a restaurant is considered a luxury, so you have to pay sales tax on top of it. And then on top of that, you're expected to give a tip to the waitstaff for like any sort of sit-down restaurant, which is like 15 to 20% depending upon what you consider as polite or whatever. Tipping is such a stupid thing to do. I heard that its origins were basically people didn't want to pay black people money after slavery was ended. So like, okay, you can work here, but we are not going to pay you anything. Instead, you have to hope that the people you're serving give you money in the form of tips. And that just kind of got baked into, like it spread across America. So ridiculous. Yeah, states are pretty large. Right. It's not the norm. Do I want to do Cotton Near Crossroads now? Kind of don't feel like doing Cotton Near Crossroads. I think I'm going to make my way back over to Tyria. Right. Zaishin mission. Yeah, like if you're going to get the technology from us, it's going to include the tip concept. Right? Because like, and that's one of the things that's super awkward. I should have absolutely had, what am I doing? Cost and Zed should have been my party when I accepted that. Oh well. It's not, it doesn't matter long term. But like if you're going, like, it's super awkward because you'll go up to a place where like they don't even bring you your food, so there's no service that you're tipping, and you know, do you just decline to give a tip? What's the expectation here? I know BLM protests don't make a whole lot of sense in Europe. Like, I appreciate the sentiment, I guess, but you don't have, I hope, the law enforcement issues that we do. Things have gotten real bad with ICE, Immigrations and Customs Enforcement. I don't know if you've been hearing about that or not. Yeah, it turns out our military likes to sell its surplus to the police system. Which I would rather they didn't. But the problem isn't just that; it's also the training. I have an uncle who, for a long time, did training for security officers at a hospital system, and they due to some changes, he had to go through police training, and like he's definitely Republican, but my impression is he didn't think it was very good training. Yeah, and that's the thing too, though, is like the Second Amendment gun rights are, in my opinion, extreme. If you ask me, I think the Second Amendment should not prohibit licensing Like, I think you should have to get licensing for purchasing for firearms and go through training just like you do with a driver's license. As far as I know, there's no such requirement. Might be a little bit different in different places, but as far as I know, there isn't. Like, the sentiment behind the Second Amendment, I think, is understandable. But the thing is, you have probably not firsthand experienced American gun culture. Well, if it's to protect the populace from a totalitarian state, then why is there not an uprising right now? Like, it's not fully totalitarian, but like, Trump is absolutely acting as an authoritarian. So it's like that argument has been made for a long time, and it kind of feels a little hollow right now to a lot of people. But I mean, it's because it's the gun people's guy, right? I need to go to my guild hall because I need to pick up a rune for Zed. I always make him a geomancer for some reason. Okay. Yeah. Well, and like that's why my biggest fear for America right now is our political entertainment industry. I don't know how I'd actually be really curious. I'd be really curious to know. Well, first of all, like the majority is kind of a question mark there, but our system is strange. But I'd be curious to know, do you guys have like entertainers on TV whose like their entertainment job is basically making fun of the other political side? Okay. Anchorites, I'm surprised minor wind is not worth anything, but I guess I'm not that surprised. Worth checking. Sure, but my point, like, so in America we have like Stephen Colbert or a lot of these late night comedy shows. Gutfeld is, I don't know exactly what the show is, but it's on the right, where like the point of the show is, or a lot of conservative talk radio. There's a lot of shows that are talking politics, and a lot of what it is talking about how wrong the other side is and how evil they are and how much they're screwing over the country, things like that. Like, that's basically what their formula is. It's a bunch of people whose career is based on fomenting antagonism politically. And then, you know, they yell about what the other person is saying or what the other political entertainers are saying. And like, that's a pretty substantial industry here in the US, and I'm just kind of curious if Europe has that as well or not. Yeah. Yeah, and that's like part of the problem is the United States. So the United States of America has a number of problems, which can all be described as our founding fathers were optimistic in the worst way possible, where they thought political parties wouldn't be a thing and then immediately formed political parties. And so our checks and balances system is based on, arguably, we have two sets of like checks and balances systems. One is the contest between states, and the other is like the three branches of our government of the executive branch, legislative branch, and judicial branch. The problem is the significance of states has plummeted considerably over the basically 2.5 centuries. It's not quite. It's more complicated than that, but we like to make it out as if the Declaration of Independence was, I don't know, it's not when the Constitution formed. But so like at some point in time, you can really see this grammatically. It went from the United States of America are to the United States of America is. And so like the significance of that is pretty profound. in a way that's maybe a little subtle. But then you have the mathematical field of game theory. The U.S. political system is inherently self-organizing into a two-party system. Yeah, it is. But the other problem is that our representation is all done based on states. So Congress is organized by states rather than by party, but we're now represented more by party than by geography. And like it makes sense why it ended up that way with the way the founding fathers, like what they were working with, because that's what the consideration was at the time. No, not air magic, earth magic. Let's go /monk and give you a point in healing prayers for rest chant. I guess I'm dual attuning because I have nothing. Where is... Yeah, well, and that's the thing, is like, it was organized around, hang on, I'm just trying to figure out what skills do I want. Nah, okay. Spamming stoning works really well with dual attuning, but maybe I should just bring stoning anyway instead of that, and then I can, let's see, I'm doing thirsty, yeah, because I want to capture. I don't know if I have glowstone yet or not, but like our system was designed around communication technology from 250 years ago, where the fastest thing you could do was throw a person on a horse, and then switch horses like every X miles, and it also has the problem where my brain is trying to focus on two things at the moment. It also has the problem where at the beginning it was about trying to get these states to cooperate with each other. So all of the representation is representing states, not citizens. Like to some extent, the House of Representatives is representing citizens. But like the problem that we have is like the Senate is meant to balance out the power of large states by giving a proportionately higher voice to small states, and the House of Representatives is doing the opposite. And then the way that we elect the president is based upon stuff with the states, and like each state gets votes equal to the number of senators they have plus the number of representatives they have. And so it's like, and then at some point in time they decided, we're just going to not allow the House of Representatives to get any bigger. So then that throws things off wildly. Because you're not able to make things as even as they need to be. And so there's a lot of like problems as far as I'm concerned with the way that representation happens in the United States of America. And that's even before we reach the problems of first past the post voting. So we really should have a different system, frankly, as far as I'm concerned. But we've got what we've got. Hey, Salty Grease. Just spamming shouts. Good melee tank between TOA, stand your ground, burning, and they're on fire shenanigans and more. Yeah, save yourselves is really good. Okay, let's throw on Zenmai. I need a... Do I want... No. Okay, I think I'm going to bring Olias, and then Dunkoro. Okay, Olias is going to go /ritualist, I guess. Doesn't need that or that. I want restoration at like 10 and then curses, because I want a different set of curses than what I'm using. Basically I want a little bit of additional healing. Is a fundamental question to each populace to what degree they want democracy, or rather what they mean by it. Is it the exact will of the majority, or is it the intent of the majority? Something different? Anyone like you and I, whom have worked in software, know that user intent and user demand is not the same. Yeah, that's absolutely true. One of the other things that's really tricky is, you know, there's wanting to avoid the tyranny of the majority, where the minority is completely steamrolled over. But at the same time, one of the problems that we've run into is a tyranny of the minority. The GOP is a minority, but because of distribution and other like factors, they hold a substantial amount of relative power simply because like that's how things are distributed. GOP is another way of describing it stands for Grand Old Party, but it's talking about the Republicans. So the Republican Party has structural advantages right now because many of the small rural states tend to be Republican aligned. It's not 100% accurate, but you can loosely think of it as urban areas tend to be more Democrat and rural areas tend to be more Republican, just on average. And the problem the challenge that you run into with that is, let's see, I'm just going to go these, I think. But the thing that you run into that, and it's a cultural difference between the two regions. But the thought that I kind of keep interrupting, let's just go with Reaper's Mark, I guess, is that like structurally there's more small rural states because like people in cities are inherently congregated together. So like one of the things that you'll see show up is you'll see maps of the United States of America where it's like, here are the counties and the way they voted. And so you see these huge swaths of red, but then you'll see people adjust those for population, and suddenly those red swaths turn into tiny little dots, right? Because so few people live in those areas. But what you have is structurally, particularly in the Senate, because the Senate gives 2 senators to each state, smaller states, there's a lot more smaller rural states that are Republican aligned. So those senators represent a smaller percentage of the population and therefore give those an outsized voice. And because of that, like, it's very difficult for the Democrats to get kind of a majority. But the way that you solve the tyranny of the majority or minority problem is you just have everybody be a minority. Like, if every party is a minority, then you solve the problem, because then they have to make coalitions. Or at least it begins to address the problem at any rate. I can't claim for certain that it solves it, but it certainly helps. Let's just put it that way. It certainly helps the problem. And I would take the problem being helped. Yeah, and that's because we're such a powerful media center, and that's something that I think is really frustrating and unfortunate. I don't think we should be exporting our bad culture to other places, but there's not a whole lot that I can do about that. That's really tragic, and like, we need to get away from that thinking here, and I don't want us exporting it other places. I don't think that helps anybody. Okay, I think this is fine. This will give us a chance to... Oh, right. I need to throw the significant capture on my bar so I can get Order of the Vampire. Yeah. I mean, I wish that was not the case. I'm sure you have multiple parties that are like able to get seats in your representative body, but like, the polarization is just terrible. And I I would like to see that diffused, but again, we have too many structural problems, and the first thing that needs to be addressed to solve anything is the first past the post voting system. Because the other thing that we have that's absolutely insane is the political gerrymandering, where it's like the voting maps can be drawn to, like, politicians can basically redraw voting maps to favor their party. And it's just like the fact that they're allowed to do that. They're not allowed to do it for race, but basically everything else is on the table. And that is bananas. I should be spreading stuff around a bit more. That enemy died right as I was hitting the button. I know, right? There's a whole font that makes fun of this. That is like gerrymandered voting districts to make the letters. Tree-hugging hippie that believes men should be treated as females simply by declaring they identify as coal running, yeah. Yeah, like... And that's the thing, is you get these caricatures because, like I was saying, our political entertainment industry holds up the most extreme examples of the other side as being an example of the average, and then, I mean, they're basically, like... And then that keeps reinforcing, and it's just a horrendous mess. It's just a mess. And, like, I think most people are probably not that far apart, but because our political entertainment likes to highlight the extremes, it makes them seem further apart than they actually are. And that's such a huge source of the conflict in the United States of America. I know. Like, okay, so, like, there's a really good example of the way rhetoric and, like, this malarkey... First of all, one of the... Like, I tend to agree more with the Democrats on average than Republicans, though I would generally consider myself an independent. But they have some real wonky blind spots. And so, like, one of the things that's really, really funny is when they call every bigotry racism. And it's like, this is a different bigotry than racism. And I think that's really funny. But there was some really strong narratives around Asian, what do they call it? Asian hate crimes, like hate crimes against Asians. And there was a shooting at one point in Florida, I think, of some, like, people who worked at massage parlors, and they said it was an anti-Asian hate crime. The defendant did not die. The shooter, the killer did not die, and said that it was an anti-sex worker. Like, that was the motivation. And of course, people wanted to say that they're not sex workers, etc., for various reasons. It's immaterial of whether or not they were. That was the motivation that was stated by the killer, and people were claiming it was an Asian hate crime. I know, there's a lot of people that's just not worth arguing with. Frankly, most of the time, it's not worth arguing. You know what it makes me think of is just, like, every time Blue Sky does an update and they announce, we have released this version or whatever, and then you go and you look at the comments on their post, and everybody's like, where's the edit feature? I'm like, the edit feature is really hard, you know. There's a reason why Twitter didn't have one for eons. And everybody just is, like, asking where's the edit feature. And it's like, you don't care about anything but the edit feature, apparently. That's kind of what some of it reminds me of. It's like, okay, there's no point trying to have a discussion about this. I should probably have brought protection. There's a strong argument for doing so, let me tell you. Heck, I want to boycott a lot of US tech platforms. The problem is, what are your alternatives? So am I, Salty Grease. I want to go get a Black Widow, but it's gonna be a bit before that happens. Yeah, yeah. I'll tell you, some of the stuff Microsoft's been doing does make me think about switching to Linux. I'm not at that point, but I am definitely have thought about it. The biggest thing is wanting compatibility for the programs that I use. Because, you know, I do a lot of gaming and stuff. And, like, there's clearly some amount of compatibility that can work with the Proton that Steam Deck uses. I'm personally not there yet, but there is definitely an appeal. Be normal and dual boot, yeah. That does seem like the best approach. What I really want is I want the tech industry to stop trying to shove AI into everything. Actually, that makes me wonder, how much are they, like, setting up AI data centers in Europe? Okay, that is here. Watch Barbs make that guy go poof. I don't know if Guild Wars, how Guild Wars interacts with, okay, they killed that too. Yeah, I could imagine that being the case. Order of the Vampire obtained. Wait. I'm supposed to go over here, yeah. Ghostly Hero ran ahead of me, I guess. Where are you, Ghostly? Oh no, you're over here. Yeah, I'm sure it is. There's been a lot of stories of people talking about their communities' power bills suddenly shooting up, or like water usage being a huge problem. Frankly, I think LLMs is barking up the wrong tree for AGI. Or, yeah, artificial general intelligence. Like, yeah, well, they're allowed to subsidize their electricity costs by raising the general cost for everyone, and that's good to know. My understanding is Linux is also more resilient to, I did not mean to hit Order of the Vampire here, but it's not the worst. Is also more resistant to malware type stuff. I don't know if how much that's the case or not. Linux these days is very much set up as difficult, usage is easy type deal. Gotcha. Yeah. Anti-cheat tech is not as effective as one might hope. I know there are huge problems in the Dark Souls games at one point. Okay, well, I guess we're fighting these guys now. I'm gonna go a little gentle here, though. Okay, my pet has decided to run off, but at least it's level 19. I remember using Linux once, friggin' 25 years ago, probably, where the desktops were like a cube that you could rotate, which was kind of cool. Microsoft now has multiple desktops too, but right. My understanding is like drivers may be a little tricky. Yeah, I don't want anything to do with Apple stuff though. That's for sure. Mm, yeah. Does it have a good implementation of .NET for Linux? Because I write a lot of C Sharp. Yeah, I'm recognize Debian, but the rest of that is I don't know. I love making everyone do 4 more damage. Gotcha, gotcha. Because yeah, C Sharp tends to be. I write a lot of, or a lot is a strong word. I tend to write in Visual Studio on for C Sharp programs for stuff. You know, I really wanted some of those spells to resolve. Also, you can tell I'm a Magic player when I say resolve. Yeah, what's your kinetic armor going to do against that, huh? Pets are so good at just standing around doing nothing unless you're attacking. Hmm. Is that everything? Looks like it. Yay. Bonus. Costs. It can get some allocations. Cool. Yeah, that makes sense. That .NET is a little sketchy. What do I want to do next? I have the quest for Dunes. Want to go do Dunes next or Ilona Reach next? They both kind of suck. Hmm. switch you from curses to blood now. Hey, look, I have actual elites. Give you Well of Blood to keep the enemies distracted. Let's go ahead and give you Blood Ritual for a Dunkworo. That doesn't sound quite right. No, I want Strip Enchantment. This is fine. We're fine here. Gotcha. Yeah, a lot of websites are probably not super up to date, I have to imagine. I'm gonna bring Enfeebling Blood. And then I need to remember to use Enfeebling Blood. Okay. Yeah, that I don't need to worry about. I can move this down to a more reasonable spot. It's approaching 4 p.m. It's good to note. Ah, Minotaurs. At some point in time, I'm going to need to get to the Maguma jungle to do skill quests, and I'm not sure when that point in time is going to be. Not Spider. Go fight for me. Man, I hate carrying stuff. This game does not work well with carrying stuff. Hey, Priest Kata. Stop being dead. I am at 8 slow reaping. I would like to be higher, but I am missing 15 attribute points. It's part of why it's a good idea to get through here and not continue in Nightfall. Because when I get to Jockner's Forge, I can begin working on those attribute point quests. Let's fight some Minotaurs. You know, this is a spot where Eruption is going to do a lot of good work for me. You are allowed to use skills other than Obsidian Flame, by the way, Zed. I know it's good, but, like, you're looking a little overcast there, bud. And I'm sure the AI is like, this far, no further. Every time I say AI to refer to an artificial intelligence, it annoys the ever-living snot out of me that LLMs co-opted the term. Hey, Vinhus. Excuse me, I messed up your vowels. Not that English knows what vowels should sound like anyway. I say disparagingly. My primary weapon is barbs. Okay. I want to go grab that green dye, because, why wouldn't I? Hey, look, it's a dune lizard. Okay. You can do it, Kata. I believe in you. In your fire magic. Okay, Zenmai, I appreciate the effort, but please no. You know what? I'm just going to activate the cutscene, and that's going to fix all of these problems. All of them. By teleporting Zenmai over to me. Yes. Let's go clear this area out, shall we? Let's start by clearing some of this out. Man, I really need to get this character a spear, like a furious spear of like spellcasting things and enchanting and nonsense. Also, I need to remember to use Enfeebling Blood, so that way Zed can knock things down with stoning. See? Exactly like that. Precisely like that. Excuse me, I want my pet to go harass that sage. Oh wait, no, that's our eruption. That's good to stand in. I'm so used to running from the eruption graphic that I kind of blinked on the fact that it actually could be good news. Okay, there has got to be a sage over there. I was right. I don't want to splinter mine. There, that's the thumbnail screenshot now. Unless I remember to take another one later. I've been so caught up in chatting that I keep forgetting. Remember bringing Mind Burn with Hero, no other overcast stuff, silly match total overcast himself. Yeah, it's low recharge and stuff. They like to spam skills. Ow. Oh. Take that, Sage. That's what pressure looks like. What is this nonsense over there? Oh, man, it always feels bad getting interrupted by Earthquake. Okay, but what are you doing? Oh, okay. Never mind. The enemy died over there, and therefore is no longer an issue. Suddenly damage. Yeah. Seeing bits of songs that I recognize from Weird Al polkas. Sound like I'm hip with it when I'm not. Okay, I'm gonna go buy Priest Hemnut's bones later. Another dune lizard. What? Ain't the Empire Strikes Back? It's the time you try to reheat your Big Mac? Which one is that one? I can't say I've listened to all of them. I don't know what he's been up to lately. Say it in the Discord. I'll see it there. Okay. Yeah, I smelt that one coming. Pressure the sage. Pressure this. Why am I the main one that feels like it's pressuring the stage? Oh, you know why? Probably because A just went up. There we go. Gotta get them barbs going. Okay. Y'all want to kill this boss so much. Let's go. I need to get Galrath Slash. Hey, Paint 2D. Wow. 23. Impressive. Welcome, everyone. Hope you're doing well. I am currently making my way through the Crystal Desert on this Necromancer. Working on... I'm calling it... Hey, Juice Toast. Working on... His name I recognize. What I'm calling the quest for UAS, or that's Unlock All Skills. So for those who don't know, there's a concept of unlocking skills, and that allows you to put them on your heroes, and for PvP characters to use them, which is the latter is what it's originally for. And I made a new account at some point, and I was just curious, because my main account has had all skills unlocked for a long time. And I was curious about how challenging it would be to like go through the process of doing it from scratch. So I've not been taking any resources from my main account or anything. And have been slowly working on it. So that is what I am up to. In a general sense, more specific sense, I loan a reach. I hope everyone is doing well. Hope you had a good stream, Paint 2D. Your name makes me want to ask if you were making art, but... That's, what, nominative determinism? Fun, played some HC. I was actually wondering the same thing. Oh, hardcore. You ever accidentally open up your chat window when you're trying to collect items? Yeah, permadeath. That's definitely not like the Doom's Covenant sort of thing. That's definitely not something I have personally had an interest in, but it's very impressive. I know that's something that appeals to a lot of people, so... Here we have the spawns. Old school survivors title. A lot of people who felt it was cheapened when it was experienced since last death instead of just never dying. Your current challenge involves using as many superior runes as possible. So 5? I'm guessing superior runes does not include superior absorption or superior vigor. Those feel like they're cheating at your objectives, I would assume. Playing Ellie. Yeah, that sounds about right. Just starting prophecies or... Okay, thanks for hanging out, Dead on Stick. I appreciate it. Enjoy chatting with you. Take care. I'm gonna get this rock handed over to a certain ghost who really... I pity the voice actor of. Just got to the city. Oh, factions. Okay, so you're in Kaineng. Hang on. I might have missed some context. Scroll. Scroll. There we go. Factions today. Just got to the city. Okay. Auto run. Definitely was sending me right into a corner. So you got through the Xingje is the way I'm interpreting that. Factions is really rough. For those who don't know, in 2020, I did what I called, I think it was 2020, I did what I called a slow playthrough. I played through all the campaigns without like accessing my bank and using like other account resources and stuff. And it definitely was quite eye-opening on a lot of fronts. One of the big ones was how absolutely atrocious the Jade Sea henchmen are. See a sage over there. Yeah, I can definitely see like knowing which bosses you actually need to worry about being an important part of going through factions. Tonagai Temple took me quite a while to do when I did that because I was not using heroes. I was just using henchies. We'll get those bones later. I think I popped that one. And let's see. The other thing that I remember is like acquiring resources for max armor was a pain because you get up to that point of needing it so fast that you haven't had time to accumulate many resources. And you have to spend money on like either you're spending money on armor materials or you're spending it on skills. Because you have to buy like so many of your skills. Was worse as they changed all the elemental skills you get on the island away from being duplicates of good skills into more... Oh, are a lot of them the like named ones like Tanai's Heat or whatever? What do they call them all? Zed is probably not going to help me. Yeah, because they have the Crystal Wave variant that got turned into synergy skills or whatever. I haven't made a Factions Ellie in a long time, so I don't remember what skills they give you. What I do remember is that the one test that requires you to like attack the monk or whatever, like the anti-enchantment test, the skill that they used for that is friggin' Life Sheath, which at the time was, when Factions was made, basically gave you bonus maximum health. It like was a kind of like barrier in Guild Wars 2 or whatever. It's like an overhealth mechanic. And then became a reversal of fortune that removes conditions And it just is absolutely miserable to try to complete now because of that. I am so slow. Thank you, Oleus and Zenmai. Yeah, factions in particular, I feel like could, like, all of them have weird quirks. Like the fire attunement, like Elementalist and Prophecies. I don't know actually Nightfall offhand. I've not made very many characters in Nightfall, to be quite blunt. But in Prophecies, elements like the free skill distribution is really wonky. And it's like you get Earth attunement the earliest of the attunements, but then you have like no spells to use with it. And Fire attunement, which you've gotten a bunch of skills for, is not until you get to Fisherman's Haven. And it's like, what is this organization? What are you doing here? And why are you doing it to me? I'm going to just hand that over there. And yes, I'm a Necromancer using Strike as 1. Yeah. Frankly, I feel like it's a lot of casting Flare with Ellie almost regardless if you're doing fire magic, but... I guess there's some builds where you might not. But a lot of the stuff that I've done, I definitely have done Flare spam. Whenever I see that, I always think about the Guild Wars Guru thread where Ensign was... For those who don't know who Ensign was a PvP expert. But where Ensign was talking about like the balance between warrior auto attacks versus Ellie flare spam and how lopsided that was in terms of like warrior auto attacking just being so much better than flare spam. You just try to cut it as soon as possible. Understandable. Honestly, Elementalists as a class, I don't know. I could rant forever about how I would balance the game differently. But Elementalist as a class, like, has so many clunky design decisions, and energy storage is a very weak primary attribute. It mostly serves as a buffer for overcast. Ooh, highly salvageable. Okay, could have been steel. I need more wood for parchments, so... There's a steel ingot. This ornate buckler, I give like a 50-50 shot of whether or not it would give me metal or wood. It was, in fact, 33 iron ingots. I have enough of these that I could trade them in for something. I'm not actually sure what those could be, though. Major Divine Favor. Interesting. I just unlocked it, too. I wonder if there's a spot where I'd want to use Major Divine Favor. I'll hang on to that one for now. That one's a question mark in my brain. Also, this hammer's worth 69 gold, I just noticed. Oh, does it only give headpieces? In that case, I don't need Forgotten Seals. They're much better worth being sold off to Sidon. Okay, time to not get the bonus at Dunes of Despair because I don't want to. This party is actually probably semi-dubious for this one. Yeah. Let's change tactics a little bit. I'm still trying to level up Zed. Let's bring casters. Gwen or Vec? Let's bring Gwen. And then Talcora and Donkoro. Just a very different team composition than what I was doing. This should be fine. Yeah, this should be perfectly fine. I'm still going to bring Enfeebling Blood to synergize with Stoning, so... This is the Zacian mission for today. This would be good if I did the bonus, but I'm not going to. Barbs is still useful because of my pet, incidentally. I would like to get a spear on this character for that reason, though, of triggering barbs. So auto-attacking being able to trigger barbs would be really nice. They've been some of my better performing videos, so I'm glad people have found them useful. I know the tips and tricks and advice for new players video I released last month also has done extremely well, and I think people have been finding, or at least for my standards, and I think people have been finding that one useful too, so I'm glad for that. You know, suddenly with all of these blocking, all the shield stance spam, I'm kind of feeling grateful I'm going for a caster heavy comp. I just love the visuals here. I never go get this slow totem. Never seems worth it. What are these guys doing? Ow. Can I... No. Currently cannot path up there. Hobby Flame and Necrosis are probably our... Well, some of Gwen's stuff. Some of our highest damaging options right now. Okay, Ghostly Hero, where are you? Could you... Hey. Hey, bud. Bud, what are you... Where'd my mouse go? Yeah. Please open door. I would like to proceed. I think I can just go over to that bridge if I really need to, but that might actually be... There's some sort of trick that people do to be able to, like, do the mapping. One of the... I don't know. I'm curious to know what 2 weeks is up to. But one of the things I'd love for 2 weeks to do, like if I were to do a Guild Wars 1 wish list, top of that wish list is a weapon mods trader. And we've talked a little bit here about like what would be necessary for that to work. You probably don't want all of the weapon mods. You probably just want the top few, but okay, that guy fell over. I would love to have explorable versions of the mission maps for prophecies beyond the Warren Kryta ones. It would really make cartography feel a lot better. Especially for stuff that like ends awkwardly or has timers or things like that. I mean, I wouldn't get rid of all player-to-player trading, but getting weapon mods is, I think, excessively frustrating. And I would like a trader for that, because it's a standardized item. Like, there's an argument for having a greens trader as well, because of that, but I don't think you want a greens trader, because I think having that be a specific thing that you're trying to find, having skins be a specific thing that you're trying to find, there's definitely a balancing point. Like, it's easy to argue that the convenience of Guild Wars 2 with the auction house is, or trading post or whatever you want to call it, is like a little too convenient. I would rather be able to make the weapons that I want to make than to have some sense of accomplishments. Well, but the thing is, like, a superior rune is still exciting. Even though there's a trader for it. Like, imagine if you had to do player-to-player trading to get your runes. Like, imagine any of the traders that currently exist not existing. I don't think that makes the game better, personally. And, like, the other thing, too, is it means that, for example, on my main account, my Shunlai bank is, like, full of weapon mods that I might want to possibly use someday, maybe. Because I don't want to have to try to hunt them down. So, like, you know, I have several swords with vampiric mods on them, so that way, if I want to make a vampiric sword, I can salvage that off. I still would prefer weapon mod trader. I mean, it doesn't mean it's going to happen. I would just like one. There's also, but like explorable maps for prophecies, I'd really, really like, which maybe they want to do, right? Like they're talking about, could you imagine, while I'm sitting here waiting for enemies to spawn, I mean, I don't have it on my map, but at the end of Watchtower Coast, Divinity Coast, if like Shaymore could be an outpost and things like that. Or if more quests would be cool as well. But like another really good example actually is at the end of Nolani Academy. We're in Rin. What if Rin was a town? Like, honestly, I think Rin should be an outpost, and you should get a primary quest there to take you on the quest to go to Lion's Arch. I would love for them to add Rin. And then, like, while they're at it, uh, like, it would be cool to have prophecies, primary quests, flesh things out more instead of, like, there's so many warping from mission outpost to mission outpost. But there is. It's at the very end of Nalani Academy. Like, where Stormcaller is and stuff. That's Rin. So you just take that section, kind of like they did with Pick and Square and Pre-Searing. You take that section, and you expand it. So that it, or like you make a outpost map from it that then allows you to go into an explorable version of Nalani Academy. That would be awesome. And it's the same sort of thing they did with Pick and Square and Pre-Searing, Northlands. Right? Except you'd also want to make the map area that Nalani Academy is in, of the Nalani Academy mission, explorable. That's all. And, like, that's obviously work, but presumably they might be able to reuse the spawns from the mission, at least to some extent. I think that'd be really neat. I'd really like to be able to explore those maps without the mission objectives and stuff getting in there. And, like, Dunes of Despair is definitely the one that's at the top of my list for that. But just because there's so much map here that the mission doesn't effectively use. It very effectively doesn't use it, in fact. Swarms keep dropping money, and I kind of want to go collect it, but I kind of don't. Very handy that you can use that to teleport your pet back to you. I kind of want to go try to do this bonus, but I also don't. Is she mapped to 4? Oh, man. Yeah. Like, Meguma Jungle is utterly tragic in its lack of quests. It is... It is horrendously empty. The fact that you get to Henge of Dinravi and there's no quests there except for the primary quest is just... What's going on? Why is this like this? When it's passed into an outpost. Yeah, there's a lot of spots where it would be nice. Worm sieges. I'm trying it. If this makes me fail, I will be sad. Okay, enemies draw near to the ghostly hero. I don't know what he means by that, but Talcora is dying, so that means I need to get back. Because we're having Koss able to run faster would be great. Where did my pet go? Okay, it is over there attacking. Good. Give this enchanted sword what's for. Okay, I don't know why there's so many Forgotten Curse Bearers here, but there are a lot of them. Does killing the guys spawn enemies or something? Like, what's going on? I don't feel like I remember there being quite this many foes all of a sudden. Maybe it's just because I spent a bunch of time away. It does, huh? I'm gonna deal with these worms, throwing up sieges. Thankfully, I don't need to see it to have my pet attack it effectively. Okay, let's go see if we can kill that necromancer. Make this mission a little bit more interesting. Grab these gold coins. Nice. Well, I managed to get the bonus here, which I feel pretty happy about. Looks like some illusionists are running over. I usually ignore the bonus here because it's easy to ignore. Hi, I don't want to stand in that, thanks. Good job, Zed. Nice to see the enemies all get knocked down to Earthquake. Okay, that looks like a victory to me. Excellent. I so rarely go for that bonus when I'm by myself, but I did it. I'm happy about that.
We have drawn the attention of the gods. Let us hope they are pleased.
Cool. Augury Rock time. Oh, yeah. There's really easy ways of approaching this. Actually, what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to go turn in this quest. Good old G-Tob. I don't have anybody else who needs experience. Right? No, it's just Zed. Thank you. Might as well do it while I'm here, is my thinking. This is still probably not worth anything. Or functionally not. Yeah, rare mats. Not bad. Minor fast casting. Yes, I think I will take that. Thank you. Whether or not I need that for my mesmer or will sell it, I leave as a matter for me to determine later. Which is this? Soup absorption? Okay. Is there a scroll trader around here? There probably isn't, but there might be. I mean, I know there is my guild hall, but I don't want to go there right now. I guess I will. The Shunlight chest? Yeah. Auto loot pickups from Guild Wars 2 are really nice. Weird. You won't buy these ones. It's a scroll. But I think regular merchants sell these. Sometimes? Not this one, though. Didn't they? Am I confused? Is it specific spots? I'm not sure. Okay. But yeah, if you... Right here is Rin. So, for those who don't know. Right. Time to go solo and... Probably... So, like, there would be an easy way of doing it with Insidious Parasite. But I kind of don't want to bring that. Probably drop this and bring Scavenger Strike. And Call of Haste. Yeah. I would love to be able to go to more places in pre-searing, but at some point you're going a little overkill. This is actually the only Prophecies mission that requires you to talk to an NPC to enter the mission instead of clicking on the thing on the side. You'd have to go really far over to get to Rin in pre-searing. Goodbye, party. Come on, Not Spider. Let's see how you do. This is maybe a bad include. Oh well. I activated too many things at once. Boom! 50,000 bonus experience points. Oh yeah. Okay, enough of that. Okay, I can get a full party now, which is cool and good. Guess I'll just bring it over that. I'd rather have Scavenger Strike, I think. Signet of Capture is a good idea here to get a skill I'm never going to want to use, but I need to unlock to get all skills unlocked. Oh, yeah. Let's bring Zenmai. No, let's bring Milani. Okay. These bars I'm pretty happy with. Little Thunderclap. Yeah, Thunderclap will inflict the weakness I want for stoning. Okay. Running sweep. Yes, yes, yes. I just want stance break. Irresistible sweep. And I don't think you need enchanted haste. Signet's not a terrible skill. Is that what I want, though? I think I like Imbue. Oh, no, I want Pious Fury. Yeah, we'll go with that. There's an argument for something like Imbue Health, but I think we're fine. I think I'll keep him as he is. Because I don't really have a whole lot of alternate choices he's going to be dual attune, but I like avoiding dual attune on him for the time being. Lorb is a lot of energy, but with Glyph of Lesser should be fine. I don't know, let's just assume this will work okay and be really sad that I'm going to get Grenth skill. That's not a very good skill. Okay. Intermission. Grenth's balance. That's the skill. Yes, I know. Defeat the facets, go through the portals, etc. Good of you to explain it, though. People need to know how it works. This is almost more useful. Died before my pet could hit it. That's about right. Pets do decently well once they start attacking, but they can be a little slow to start. Oh, I already got Melander's Resilience on my Ranger. I don't really need it on this character. It has some vague sense of utility with draw conditions, the draw conditions skill, Foul Feast. But yeah, I don't have any particular intention of getting on this one. You are correct that Grenth's Balance is available in a lot of places. This is just kind of the first place I'm running into it for me to get it, but... Get over here, Enchanted Hammer. A lot of these are available in the Facet quest in... Oh, good. That you can get off of Kirsch in Eye of the North. Incidentally, for those who do not know. But this is also like one of the few spots to get Gladiator's defense as well. Obviously because I'm slash Rangers, why you're asking about Rolander's resilience, but okay. I'm happy about it, but why is the die drop rate suddenly way higher than normal? This map makes me feel so slow. I am really enjoying Strike as one. I have not played with the skill a whole lot, and the maneuverability it gives me to my pet is actually really nice. Don't know why I pulled that up. It's not like it's going to help me. Need to slowly work my way around. Probably shouldn't use the pet attack skill until my pet's close enough to attack, huh? Okay, maybe I'll be able to get my additional 15 attribute points today. That would be good. Is this the last character that needs to do that quest? Because I have an Ellie and a warrior, and I think they both have done it, so... This might be my last character to need to get the rest of her attribute points, actually. Yep. Walking right past that Melander's Resilience. I like the concept of Melander's Resilience, but it's hard to actually use well. Just because you're... I think I probably talked about this in the review project, but the problem is you're largely wanting to not be covered in enchantments and conditions, so you probably have skills to get them off of you. So bringing a skill that wants them to be on you is really awkward. There are definitely some use cases for it. Places that spam you with hexes, for example, it can be particularly useful. Particularly if it's like Suffering and Lingering Curse, since those are -3 degen usually at the upper end. I think they can hit 4 if you really go for it, but because of that, you can cancel them out with Melander's Resilience, which is really nice. But aside from very selective areas where there's a bajillion hexes getting spammed on you all the time, I don't tend to like it much. There's probably some like solo build type things where it works or whatever, but theoretically it could be useful in like Echovold Forests because of the bleed and cripple that you're going to be spammed with there. The extra energy is nice. So like if you made a team comp that is like We're all bringing Ladder's Resilience for energy management into the Akavald forests, where you're expecting to get bled and hexed and stuff a good bit. Without bringing skills to remove those from yourself, and you're relying on Ladder's Resilience, it could work quite nicely, but... It definitely has more synergy with Necromancer than with a lot of other professions. Because you can self-condition yourself fairly easily and things like that. Also, those things hurt. Getting snared in a Chaos Storm was not good for me. Yeah, I could see it being very useful in RA. But like PvP is an entirely different animal than PvE. There's a lot of skills that are way, way better in PvP than they are in PvE. A lot of energy denial strategies are much more of a... And pressure strategies in general are much more of a PvP thing. Conditions are better in PvP on average. How is the PvP scene these days? Give me these gold coins. Oh, that fell over. I think RA is a thing again since Reforged. It definitely streamlined a lot of stuff because I got rid of team arenas. Good old competitive arenas back before RA. And the before times. The times before factions. It's a long time ago is what that was. It'd be cool if they found some way of repurposing those maps. Like hub maps for that. I'd like to be able to revisit. It's really cool when they added the old character select screens back in. I know for a while RA was just horrible bot spam, but HA was kind of that way too. Don't know if it still is though. Do something about this guy on me, would you? I kind of like that those enemies are designed around like dying to frenzy in order to blow up on your face with the constant death nova. HA has real games and halls, and other maps are henchbot teams 9% of the time. Yeah, I remember farming those, which is why my main account is like rank 5, I think. I really ought to try to get to rank 6 again, or like put time into getting to rank 6 so I can at least get the updated rank emote. But okay, here's the... Well, there's certainly a certain cachet about the Bambi. You know what the real problem with that title is? Is friggin' getting it confused with the Slayer Norn title. I don't know why I do, but I do. I think I lost health to that Grunts balance. Imagine if you could Grunts balance with an ally. Absolutely. Yep. See, that's what I'm talking about. That's confusing. I have a brand recognition issue. Man. I was thinking about brand recognition stuff. Apparently some of the laws around that are very, like, at least in the US, are very in trademark and stuff, category specific in ways that you wouldn't necessarily expect. Blinded. That's not ideal at all. Probably won't be too terribly much longer now before my pet's level 20, right? Wishful thinking. I'm gonna engage in some wishful thinking. Hey, I will take a rare scroll. That's like 400 gold. Time for the fall down zone. Yep, the fall down zone. It's a pretty long knockdown. Thankfully, these enemies have terrible damage, so they're not able to capitalize on it super well. Mostly just annoying. But still. It is successful at being that. Oh, boy. Sorry, that was just me thinking about needing to go trek all the way up to Dreadnought's Drifts to try to get Feast of Corruption. Frankly, I'm not looking forward to it. It's going to be a whole thing. Didn't get interrupted. Nice. I'm not going to try to fight Glint. Oh, we might be able to. Maybe I should try to fight Glint. Maybe I'm overestimating how dangerous she is. Maybe Glint's balance will be secretly super good. Yeah, you know what? Why not? Why not try fighting Glint? What's the worst that can happen? That she tells us our destiny is not to lie dead on her floor and resurrects us and sends us to Drox anyway? It's a really weird bonus, though. It's the least canonical bonus they could have made. I do kind of like having inspired hex for it, though. BE, aggressive. Okay, which one of these do we think is Aurene? Which one do we think is Blast? I'm gonna pick up this one. Oh, I don't need to be carrying that egg. Thanks. Is this spells or skills? Use a skill that costs energy. Need to reapply barbs here. Oh my goodness, my poor elementalists are absolutely ruined. Hey look, a bonus. Come on, Aurene. Time to go meet the dwarves. What a very weird bonus. We beat you to it, Kralkatork. Okay, my team is not able to cast very many spells, but, you know, it's fine. Okay. Random Shunlight chest sitting all the way over here. I will take you. The quests really dry up in various parts of Prophecies, don't they? Like, crazy amounts of drying up of quests. I kind of want to just sit here and bask in this music. Well, we'll be hearing it a lot for a little bit, I imagine. Yep, poor Glint. Don't worry, she's hanging out over here. I don't know. It's so weird. It's so deeply non-canonical. Yeah, there's a smattering of skill quests. It's like The Hero's Journey, Joseph Campbell, 1,000 Faces. It's like there's a bajillion skill quests here, and then it makes sense that it gets lighter in the Shiver Peaks because you're running. but it does get lighter. And then there's like a smattering in Kryta, like a decent number of quests in Kryta. And then there's like a few specific ones and spots in terms of skill quests in Maguma, which I obviously haven't been to on this character. A couple in Fisherman's Haven that are bugged technically because one should be unlocked by doing the other. And then there's like a few in the Crystal Desert, and then there's like basically nothing after that. It's really uneven quest distribution. Kind of understandable, but very uneven. Okay. Good news is everybody did the leveling up thing. I should theoretically do the quest to unlock other secondaries, but I kind of don't want to just yet. Let's see, that's Plague Signet. There's a scroll trader around here, right? No? Okay, I'm gonna just toss this over here and go merch this stuff. Let's go get Plague Signet. It's out in Whitman's. I don't need the poison arrow there. I already got that on my ranger anyway. If I want to poison things in Necromancer, there's arguably other ways of doing it that are better? Question mark? Ha 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 ha. Strike as 1 has a crippling effect on my attacks, which makes it easier for your pet to catch up, which is really cool. This map's always felt kind of special to me somehow. We're gonna go fight a whole army of Grawl now, I guess. We're doing this. It's not great. This map has entirely too much shield lanes. That is Vec. I wanted to target the Crone. They're not like strong, but their numbers are Legion. And that's a real problem. Random black bear. Not Spider is level 20. We're going to have to go visit the Zeischen Menagerie after this. Yeah, but a lot of that was stuff that was added later, too. It's post-game releases. Or post-launch releases, I guess. I don't know. I don't know how to qualify the words that I'm saying. So, like, that definitely boosts the count, but, like... Okay, I don't know what's going on over there, but Melania's having a real day of it. One of the skills I definitely want to make sure I'm capping out here is Spiteful Spirit. It's probably my most used Necromancer elite, if I had to guess. Yeah, Kep I don't need on this character. Arguably, I should be going after a different one of these guys. So they're also on Spearhead Peak, and I kind of need to go that way. Is Dim Dim... I think Dim Dim might be the one I need. Because I think it's like a Pip Pip or something like that for the Poison Arrow boss. Also, that one looks like a Grawl Crone, which is why I think it's the one I need. Vania Sewell. Sewell? Sewell? I don't know. Yeah. Exactly. Well, and it's the same problem with Henjerd and Ravi, right? You just have the primary quest to your Riverside Province, and for some reason, Shadow has an exclamation mark that exists entirely to intimidate you. And that's it. And it's very odd. But yeah, you're right. It is... That is deeply not worth doing. Also, random Crichton. I like the collector mechanic. I just feel like they don't drop collector items often enough. Yap Yalo is the warrior, which actually has a really good name for telling you that. Because it has a shout skill, victory is one. Or victory is mine. Or whatever. PNH beat me to Plague Signet. Well, now everyone's dead, so I can't Plague Signet weakness off. How tragic. No, I liked this better when you guys were standing over there. It was like desolate wilderness. I don't know. Some screenshots have been screenshotted. Two can play at that game. Wahahaha. Yeah, they did. Lower level, but yeah. Only if you're in Reforged mode, and it's on your way to Pickin Square map. But yeah, that area was rough. I probably did it at a little low of a level, but I like seeing them expand things like that. Again, that gives me hope for more outposts and explorable versions of prophecies, mission maps, and stuff like that as like something they might be considering. It felt like a proof of concept. Oh yeah, I imagine so. Because then you could grind those Grawl because of their levels. I mean, it's a heck of a lot better than the old method of having to death level Char in order to be able to get to level 20 in pre-searing. That just sounded absolutely miserable. I know. It is useful that that technique works for leveling up pets, though. Or that concept. Bone. Let's think of that magic meme of bone saws ready. Not particularly relevant here, but... Okay. I wanted to go to the Zeischen Menagerie, so let's go there. Yes, this is fine. Do I have... Yes, here it is. Oh yeah, 4-person outposts. What, bone saws ready? I forget the original context. Actually, I should bring the charm skill. It's an old one, for sure. I do not spend a whole lot of time here. It's you, right? Is it you that I talked to? No, you're the one that lets me... Is it the Zeischen Keeper? No, you I can acquire specific animals with. No, I've reconsidered. Lander Stalker. Lander Stalkers, Lander Sneakers is more like it. Haha, I rarely see them. Yeah. Okay. Who do I talk to unlock... Am I going to have to wiki freaking the Zeischen Menagerie to remember how this thing even works? I need to talk to Emrid. Emrid? No, Emrid. Let me know when you want to add a pet to your menagerie collection. Stop by any time and I'll adopt your pet so you can charm a new one. I'll even pay you 100 gold for any level 20 pet. Is this pet in my collection yet? Thank you. I've added the level 20 evolved Hearty Stalker to your collection and expanded your collection to include all evolutions. If you'd like to go to new pets... yes. I want a dire one. Lander Stalker, level 20 dire. Okay, now we sit here for 10 seconds. Yeah. Okay, not spider. Welcome back. You are now dire. A dire, not spider. We'll have less HP and more damage, which is exactly what we want from our pets. At least that's what I want from my pet. Okay. What are some... I'm curious about how the Zeischen Keeper works. Because... But was Bonesaw Conflux or Shards? It was a Lara block, right? Like, if I wanted a Warthog... Yeah, no thanks. Conflux? Okay, that's kind of what I was thinking. I really want to go back to Alara. I'm glad we're going back to Lower Winch / Shadowmoor. I'm excited about that, but I really would like to go back to Alara now. Okay, let's see. I was trying to organize my brain over what things I'm wanting to do next. Okay, let's start by doing some of these quests. Sure, whatever. That's a nice assortment. Not fond of, I mean, there's any number of things that you could be not fond of. Not fond of Universes Beyond or something else, or... That's fair. They definitely have shifted stuff around a good bit with, yeah, I get you. Good old Council of the Sword Army, more like. Going real far back. Maybe higher power level than original Kamigawa block, but I get what you mean though. Like, you can get a divination at instant speed. As what, quick study and Wilds of Eldraine. And it's definitely kind of moved in a different place. What am I sticking in here? Am I just sticking Call of Face? I'm just sticking Call of Face, I think. That seems... Landers also has nice AoE properties, but... Actually, if I want AoE properties, maybe I should try Mark of Pain. Pain. Definitely is in my list of skills, right? In fact, my cursor might even be on it right now. Okay. Is there anybody here for me to even talk to? Cambrian, probably, right? Cambrian is the elementalist, so that wants me to get Minotaur skins, if I remember correctly. I've been enjoying Magic quite a bit, but I definitely have the complaint that I feel like I see too many of the same designs repeated over and over and over and over and over again. It's kind of a weird thing where I feel like there's not enough, like there's too much repetition of the same, like, this is a card that's good for limited, we'll just print it yet again. I'm like, have you considered other designs? Any other designs? It's like, it felt like there's even a, like, it's not even been doing this set's version of the mechanic. It's just like, no, it's the same card that you saw like 2 sets ago, but it just has a different name now. I'm like, okay, but could we not do that? Which is a slightly different thing than what you're talking about, but... I am not barbsing as much as I should be. But I've still been having fun playing it, so I don't know. That's what's important for me, but like, again, different people are going to enjoy different things. Kamgama Mistrad. You felt that they went back to planes too often? Kind of. Yeah, I mean, they're not doing blocks anymore. And they haven't for a while. Which is another matter entirely, but... Because there's a lot of people who have been objecting to Universes Beyond, at least in some regards. Yeah, standard is... I understand some of the impulse behind a 3-year standard, and I also disagree with a 3-year standard. But, who's that Milani? Yeah. I'm gonna let Milani catch back up to us. I mean, I started playing when Lorwyn first came out in 2007, around then, and got hugely into Time Spiral Block, and... OG Ravnica. I remember... I feel like there's been a lot of cohesion that's been lost between sets because of the lack of block structure and stuff. Yeah, because you have so much that you need to accumulate to get into it. For sure. You're right, it's really not forgiving if you've dipped at some point. Oh my goodness, my barbs was de-shotted. That's just rude. Okay, I need this skin here. That's... Okay, well, I'm gonna go pick up these gold coins, obviously. I don't think moving to 3 years is what will solve the problems with standard. The problems with standard have always been, like... the chase rares making your decks expensive and mana bases. And like, honestly, one of Magic's biggest struggles competitively as a game is rare lands. Like, putting mana fixing lands at rare has always harmed the game's accessibility. And if they want standard to be popular, they need to address the fact that in order to be able to play a deck that feels like it can be competitive, you need the good lands, and that always makes decks, like competitive decks, prohibitively expensive for people who cannot or do not want to spend the money to buy in. And it's like, I get it, it moves packs, but you're moving packs at the cost, like, of people wanting to play, like, constructed formats outside of, like... Because Commander is big, but Commander you can kind of get away with not having the best lands in the game. I think I'm okay to leave from here. Yeah, rare lands is so terrible. It is absolutely atrocious for the game. Yeah. Like, I would much rather people be very excited to open VV Ornithir and have that be the expensive card in your deck and not have, you know, like, fetch lands are boring. They're utilitarian. They get the job done. They do the job very well. But, like, that getting your mana base working should not be why people are not getting into Magic. But it does impede people's desire to play competitive. Because they're looking at that, and it's like, if I want to play this deck, and that's part of, like, what is it, why mono red is always a deck, because your mana base starts with mountains and ends almost entirely with mountains. Like, it's the affordability of mono red. And, like, the thing is, Wizards is not going to change what they're doing because it moves booster packs. Like, it's undeniable that, like... But you're also cutting out a huge swath of people who might be interested in... Okay, I apparently do not know how to get over to that teleporter. Who might be interested in getting into competitive Magic because they're looking at it and, like... I can't afford this mana base. And like a budget mana base is like $30, right? And it's like, okay, this is maybe ridiculous. And that's like, you know, if fast lands happen to be in the format and things like that. Where is this boss going? I was hoping with Foundations that they'd put some good dual lands in there to stay in Standard for a long time. So it helps people feel comfortable investing. I was hoping they'd put the fast lands in there or the pain lands. I know. So people are constantly having to get new ones. I mean, the shock lands are back in Standard right now, which is good from the standpoint of lots of players have bought into them, and bad from the standpoint of they tend to be a little bit pricier because they are very good. But yeah, I was like, this really rare lands is just. I think that was a mistake. I understand why it's been persisting, and I think WotC should have corrected it long ago. This guy's not standing close enough to trigger Market Pain on anybody. I need to stop standing in that. Thankfully, I don't need to worry too much about backfire. So they have been like decently better about reprinting them, but then like they've been doing new ones too, and I don't know. The pet is gonna die on me. The current expensiver lands are the Verges and the Surveil lands. Okay, we need to get these casters down. I'm gonna hurt myself a lot to do that. Part of the problem is diversion is ruining my healers, I suspect. Okay. These guys need to go down hard. My monks are out of energy. They're getting their key skills diverted. There's too many monks. I've definitely over aggroed. I just got one of my key offensive skills diverted because there's too freaking many. Lonnie, could somebody explain to me what you are doing? Okay. I am slowly but surely working my way through these. This is just an absurd number of... Get this. These warriors are being a real pain in my face. I'm out of reses, so it kind of doesn't matter at this point. Well, that was atrocious. That was definitely me over aggroing way too freaking many centaurs. Yeah. My 5th death on this character. That's okay. Those things happen. Teleporter is thankfully still active. Pet did a really good job, actually, of taking centaurs down, though. I'm pretty impressed. I definitely hit too many skills there. Hello, braided cat. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yes, you are correct. It's because I was trying to avoid... That explains a lot. Thank you, Juice Toast. Hopefully I'm pronouncing your name correctly. I know you've been here for a long time, but... yes, because I was trying to make sure they didn't kill the... not spider when I was capping them. And then I forgot to change them off. Thankfully, it was mostly monks, so that wasn't a huge detriment. But yeah, it would have been good if Zed was actually actively participating in combat. That's a great question. I would have to review at a Priest of Balthazar. I'm definitely a good ways away from it, especially when it comes to unlocking elite skills. It turns out it just takes a while to get 8 characters through all 3 campaigns plus expansion pack. Okay, this Windcaster is my mortal enemy, and I must kill it. Okay. Turn to Augustus the Brave. I need to go to Diviner's Ascent. I think I want to swap that out for Insidious Parasite. I liked Insidious Parasite. Unfortunately, there's no sort of thing that I'm aware of in the game to that like shows your percentage anywhere, so I'd have to like manually calculate that, and that does not sound like fun. The advantage of doing it this way is that I get these things unlocked for free as opposed to paying 500 gold for them. As if that matters. It does a little bit. It's a bunch of skills I could be getting. I spent so little time on these maps, and I'm not actually sure what the best way of getting to my destination is. There's a teleporter over there that probably leads in that general direction, but I kind of want to go... I don't want to go over this way. Yeah, I get what you mean. Man, the way that that looks is really good with the spike in front of the sky and the clouds like that. I don't know, it just struck me. Yeah, I understand why they did it. I think that there are a number of good reasons to remove skill quests the way that they did, because it does kind of push you towards specific builds, but at the same time, it also directs you towards certain builds, which is a benefit for newer players. So there's definitely pros and cons to them. I keep forgetting to open up my pets panel, which is terrible of me. Where are you going? I do think it would be very interesting if the game was set up so that way the only skill you could buy was Signets of Capture, and everything else had to be gotten through skill quests or capturing off of bosses. That'd probably be kind of annoying. It's a very different game. But having to like find specific skill trainers and stuff. Like one of the things that I like about Prophecy's early game is that like when did they stop doing it? Shiver Peaks, I guess, the Northern Shiver Peaks. But the profession specific skill quests where it's like, oh yeah, and here's like 2 or 3 skills for your profession. What I think would be really neat is if it was kind of like if they implemented a randomizer mode that would have some sort of way of randomizing the skills that you acquire from skill quests. That could be really cool as well. Like Guild Wars 1 has a lot of possibility for a randomizer type mode. It would just not work from it being an MMO standpoint. Because you could easily set up something to randomize enemy skill bars, and that would be pretty cool. But again, there's not... I mean, you could do it at a zoning basis, but it's like coordinating between players. Yeah, there's a lot of room for codex-like mechanics. Balancing that would be a huge challenge. Okay, well, my pet is blinded, so... I think I just need to kill these Tempest Drakes, right? Yeah. Okay, let's go back to Destiny's Gorge. I do think a randomizer, some sort of randomizer mode would be really, really cool to have in the game, though. Even if it's not... Oh, yeah, like the Pokemon Battle Tower. I mean, there was a Codex Arena at one point in time. I don't know that that's still around, though. Yeah, the problem with a fully moddable one is what are you allowing to be modded and how fragmented does that result in things getting with the player base, which is potentially an undesirable result. Okay, this is a pruning bow. Everybody who likes to do their gardening at a distance. The rest of this is just merchant food. Who is probably on the other part of the outpost? Because this is kind of a long one. Yeah. The only reason why I'd want like that sort of thing is if ArenaNet can no longer maintain the servers. At which point I would want them to allow people to run their own private servers and like have access to the source code and the tools and stuff so they can do what they want with it. But I wouldn't want that, if they had, unless they had to shut it down. I know the mechanics are so really good. Like, it is somewhat baffling that there's not been a particular follow-up. This is getting low. Yeah, I'm going to buy another expert kit. Good for rare crafting materials. Okay, it's in Salt Flats somewhere. No, it's not. It's this. Okay, yeah, it's the Soul Eater, so it's just outside here. I don't know why they tell you to take the super long, awful path to get to this boss fight. Give me 18. Yeah, probably get more soul reaping at that point, right? Oh, yeah, because I'm going to let an 11-11 walkie split. Because this boss is all the way over there. That one I did remember. I think it would be really interesting to see how different people would balance the game differently. That's the thing that I think would be most interesting with a bunch of private servers for Guild Wars. Also, so many skeletons. Yeah, I think anybody who's played the game for a substantial period of time and has any interest in sort of game design stuff would think about how they had changed the balance. I mean, you don't even have to play that substantial amount of time, but you know what I mean? I wish this pet panel would stay open. I keep forgetting to open it. Honestly, there's a lot of other ways that I'd approach doing stuff too. There's a lot of tweaks that I'd want to make to enemies to try to adjust some of the balance of the game. Yeah, and that's something that I think would be particularly interesting with what they've been doing with Reforged, is it opens up the possibility of like traditional balance versus like modified. We're gonna have to fight waves of Jade Scarabs, and Zed is gonna have 0 energy at the end of it, and it's gonna be brutal for him. I mean, honestly, something kind of like what Path of Exile does, where they have seasons of like, here's this mechanic, and you play through the same game, but like balance and mechanics and stuff are a little bit like, there's different balance and there's tweaks to mechanics and stuff. Would be interesting. The challenge with that is, how are you going to handle player characters, and is there a way for players to be able to opt in, or is it like Reforged mode where you specifically have to do it at character creation and stuff like that? Like, there's a lot of challenges there that you need to address. I just got a skill point. Nice. I now have 24 of them. But the thing is then, like, what do players, like, with the characters that they've had for 20 years, do they not get to participate in some of this new stuff, right? And that's a real big question mark. I feel like I would probably want to set up some other mechanism to allow people to kind of like, yeah, you want people in story missions. I agree. But it's like, it creates a fragmenting and some challenges and stuff. And there's a lot of questions that you have to kind of answer. So making new characters, I agree, that is good. But then you're also potentially saying, okay, if people want to do this, they do have to buy new character slots, or like what you do at the end of a season, or like at the end of a season. Because like what Path of Exile does, is, as far as I know, is they basically like retire your characters into a legacy mode that has like a bunch of the mechanics together. But like it's a fundamentally different approach to setting things up, and like it has its own questions that have to be answered and solved. It would be cool, and I think Guild Wars 1 would be quite good for it, that sort of thing. But it does have questions that you need to solve. Especially since there's an upper cap to the number of character slots that people can have on their account. Okay. Let's go turn this in and then cycle through the secondaries. Could be like PvP mode characters. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of like how they add temporary characters for beta events in Guild Wars 2. This used to be how we had to change our character classes. Do I cycle through everything? Ha! That gave my character Power Shot. That's hilarious. Okay, I don't want Power Shot, but I do want Beast Mastery. Okay, I have to reconstitute my bar. But that's okay. I need to be wrapping up soon. Go turn that quest into what's her face? Vanyi. The thing is, you have to make sure that in any of these game modes, you understand who the target audience is. And then there's going to be a lot of casual players who'd be disappointed if they are not a target. And like hardcore mode is not really targeted at more casual players. Let's get Elias in here. It could be good to... Let's see, what do I want you to do? I'd rather not do that. Maybe you could do some illusion magic. I actually kind of like you doing some illusion magic. Yeah, like that works. I mean, so it depends upon how much, like, what you mean entirely by casual to some extent, but my... because I get where you're coming from. But there's going to be people who, like, I have zero interest in a hardcore mode. I'm never going to do a, like, Doom Covenant sort of thing. Fine, whatever. But I'm never going to do a hardcore mode where I delete the character if they die. Like, that has no interest to me whatsoever. I don't know if you'd call me a casual player or not, but, like, things like hardcore modes have an audience, and it's not a tiny audience, but it's not the full audience either. So when you're approaching those sorts of things, you're going to want to think about, like for example, one of the problems that Guild Wars 1 had initially is that their concept for endgame was PvP. And that ended up being a really bad concept for endgame because there's a lot of people who just were not interested in doing PvP. Fragility might actually be kind of good. I feel like we've got enough conditions floating around on this team. So it's a bit of a... That's kind of why I say it's maybe a bit tricky to know how to approach it, right? Because Path of Exile is built around their whole season model, and Guild Wars 1 is not. And it's like there's going to be a lot of people who are like, oh, but what about this character or whatever? Like if I want to play with the balance changes, but then like it creates challenges. Yeah, I mean, it's something where you enjoy that, and it enhances the experience for you. And, you know, but everybody's going to be a little bit different in some of that regard. I am going to... I think I'm going to want to get up to the Frozen Forest by way of Grunt's footprints. So because there's a decent chance I will run across the Spiteful Spirit boss, I am going to go ahead and slot a Signet of Capture on. I want to go through there. I don't know. I don't like fighting Avikara because they're really obnoxious. Man, these trolls are so fragile. I have to admit, having a bunch more hexes is really helping. Make Necrosis easier to use. I don't know why I keep reinventing Holy Wrath in my brain. But I definitely do. Okay, well, we got through the Avikara pretty cleanly, so... I guess I'm going to go through the Troll Caves. Sure, why not? It would be nice to get new skills. Honestly, I'd be more interested in seeing underused skills revamped. But I would be also happy to see new skills. It is kind of the same thing, yeah. So I wish you could look into what they had prepared for new professions in Utopia. Yeah, I'm not sure how much... The impression that I got is that they didn't get super deep into the development of Utopia before they decided to pivot. They've talked about this in the most recent... what's the charity stream? Extra Play? Is that what they call it? The charity stream that they do, they brought in... like, they always do a Guild Wars 1 segment, and they had people talking about some of those... Yeah, Extra Life, that's it. And they had people talking about some of what those plans were looking like, and as well as the retrospective, or the documentary that they did. Yeah, that was about an hour-long documentary, which I thought was pretty interesting. It definitely was looking primarily at, like, the positives and stuff. I would have liked to have seen... What I really want from ArenaNet is I want what in the game industry we call it a postmortem. But where you kind of like look at a game. Basically, I would like to know like what things do they wish they had done differently when designing Guild Wars 2. That's something that I'd be really curious about. And that's not the approach that they were taking with that. They weren't looking at lessons learned type things. They were it's kind of a cool view looking out this, you know. But I'd be very curious to know, in retrospect, what decisions that were made in the development of Guild Wars 2 do they wish had been made differently, and why. Let's see, other things. But yeah, so during the documentary, they talked some about Utopia, and the overall general impression that I got was that they didn't get super deep into it before realizing that what they were trying to do was enough of a push that they should just do a new game, basically. And a lot of stuff for it was repurposed for Eye of the North. I mean, there's the story of, like, you know, they're going to have the Chronomancer and... Okay, that's illusory weaponry, right? Seer Windslash? Or maybe... Yeah, okay. The one that I'd be interested in is the Spiteful Spirit, one of those. My goodness, they were... These guys came down on us like a load of bricks. I could... Part of what's challenging here... Okay, could somebody make Elias less dead, please? I imagine a Guild Wars 3 would look somewhere... I would anticipate it would look somewhere... I wouldn't expect it to be identical to either of them. I would imagine that they would be taking lessons from Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2 and trying to synthesize them into a different direction. That would be what I would anticipate. I, in fact, got quite lucky with my boss placements. But it's difficult for me to comment on because the problem is you'd be trying to appeal to... So the question is, I don't know what direction they'd be approaching a Guild Wars 3 from. Because a lot of my criticisms for... There's different angles that I have criticisms for Guild Wars 2 from. And one of the big ones is I feel like it's caught in a weird place between the action game it's trying to be and Guild Wars 1, which is more of a real-time tactics game. Like, Guild Wars 1 in many regards is kind of like a real-time tactics or RTS game. In real-time tactics is what I'd compare it to more. Because a lot of times tactics games are, you know, turn-based, but... But Guild Wars 2, like, mechanically is trying to be a bit more action gamey, but it has too much, like... So, if you've ever played Middle-earth: Shadow of War, the way that that game plays is the way that I want Guild Wars 2 to play, if that makes sense. Where there's a lot of similar concepts to the, like, trait system, for example, but it's structured very differently. And I feel like Guild Wars 2 wants to be more action game than it is. And that is... Oh, I forgot to activate my signal of capture because I was too caught up in talking. Whoops. Is this in range? Yes. Excellent. Spiteful Spirit obtained. Victory is achieved. Yeah, the way that I describe it is I think Guild Wars 1 has an extremely good design core, but the design around that core is really messy and sloppy. So like this Guild Wars 1 is fun because the strength of the core design is so strong. Guild Wars 2 has absolutely trash core design, but they've really polished everything around it a lot. And so like it manages to be fun because of the polish around the bad core design. That's kind of the way that I describe it. There's a lot of reasons why I think Guild Wars 2 has really bad core design. That like it's like the problem is the game, it struggles. Its buildcraft is really bad, and its combat is trying to be an action game without being able to properly be an action game. Which is why, like, there's several reasons why the buildcraft is bad, and one of them is the trait system makes your skills super inconsistent. If you had one skill bar and then your trait systems could change those skills, that would be one thing. But the other thing too is because every profession is separate, like Guild Wars 1, you have the secondary system, but in Guild Wars 2, you don't. And you also are, every character is separate and designed to play solo. And that means every profession, like, so many of your skills are just overlapping functionality with different tweaks. So, like, there's, say, maybe 48 different mechanics. I'm just picking a random number. 4 dozen different mechanics. And every skill is some combination of those mechanics. And that's probably not an accurate number. I'm just giving an example. But, because I haven't done any sort of analysis on it or anything. But the point that I'm making is, like, when you're playing Guild Wars 2, you're like, okay, which one of my skills is my Sunbreak? And which one of my skills is my Connie Cleanse? And which one of my skills applies conditions? And it's like, you're looking for the exact same pieces of functionality across all of your things. Yeah, like, I understand why they made it that way. So stacking, I'm assuming by stacking you mean players stacking on top of each other, but you might be referring to something else. I'm not necessarily the best at the lingo. But like something that would help with Zergs, like if, right, because you're trying to spread boons on each other, right? And boons and healing, because there's no dedicated targeting for the most part. Everything is like splashing either, I don't know why I'm going to the wrong buttons, splashing around you or splashing in an area of effect, which functionally tends to be the same thing. You're constantly wanting to be next to other players, that way you're getting benefits from their skill activations. But like, there's so many, like, everything has to be DPS plus, and you're looking for the same functionality across like whatever your build is, so that way you can do your various things. And then the other problem is buildcraft is absolutely atrocious in the game, because not only is it really complicated, your skills are constantly changing, so you can't necessarily remember exactly what any given skill does at any given time without like having to check all of your traits and everything. And your relic is an additional trait slot, but you can't respec your attribute point. Like in this game, if I want to change what I'm doing, I respec my attribute points, right? And obviously there's some amount with runes on my armor. But in Guild Wars 2, all of your attribute points are locked to your, like, a dozen equipment slots plus weapons. Like, you have a dozen armor slots between actual armor pieces and trinkets. And then you have, yeah, it's all gear locked. And so, like, you can't freely experiment with builds because you have to buy an entire new set of gear. And that's crazy. And the only way to overcome that is with legendaries, which require an absurd grind. And so build experimentation is so impossible in that game unless you are extremely wealthy and can have legendary stuff. At which point, congratulations, you can now experience and experiment with the buildcraft system basically at the point that Guild Wars 1 exists at. Except you have to invest an absurd amount of time and resources into doing it. And it's like, exactly, Guild Wars 2 buildcraft does not exist before Legendary. And it's such a bad design decision, and they should have rescinded it, but it's impossible because they've locked themselves into it. And I think that's something that they, like, if I was at Arena, that's something I would have regretted with the design. But if they try to change it, it's going to cause outrage amongst players. So, like, they're stuck. Anyway, I'm going to go to Deltarune War Camp now. I mean, yes, they could technically still change it. But, like, they're going to face backlash. They're going to face a huge amount of backlash from players who have invested in making legendaries. Also, the legendary relic is freaking, like, so ludicrously expensive. There's no reason for it to be that expensive. I cannot fathom why they decided to make it so expensive. And then they gave it away to people who made legendary runes. A one legendary rune. And it's like, come on. Like, it would be one thing if it felt like it was the same cost as, like, 6 legendary runes, but it feels way, way more than that. And then it's like, okay, so now I have to buy one of my traits. Like, it's so bad. It's so bad. And I don't know why they made that decision. Yeah. You know what? Yeah, sure, why not? I mean, the whole repair system, it feels so, like, why is this even in the game? This is so vestigial. But then people are going to have the repair canisters floating around. It's going to be who knows what malarkey. I don't know. They should just get rid of the repair system. They got rid of it. But you're right. It keeps limping along. I need to stop standing in that. I'm going to get to Deltarune War Camp, and then I need to wrap up there. Just so that way people know. Oh man, the crafting system is so atrocious. I think it's probably more than 3, but like the Guild Wars 2 crafting system wastes so much time. I kind of want to make a video just comparing, like, you know, I want 250 leather squares. And then comparing the rate at which you do that in Guild Wars 1 to Guild Wars 2 and just being like, so why did you decide to waste my time, ArenaNet? The Guild Wars 2 crafting system is... I would forgive it if it felt like I was actually crafting. It does not. You've just made crafting horrendous. And then they made all these crafting materials, and then they discovered that players didn't have a use for anything below tier 6. So then they had to keep inventing uses, and the whole design of the game means that friggin' mithril is cheaper than iron in Guild Wars 1 or in Guild Wars 2, which is hilarious to me. Yeah, like the Guild Wars efficiency or whatever, Guild Wars 2 efficiency, I've never bothered with it, but it's just... I mean, it's not even grinding it up to 500. It's like Guild Wars 1, it is instant to convert crafting materials out of an artisan. No matter the quantity, it's the same amount of time. And in Guild Wars 2, you're sitting there for ages and ages waiting for these numbers to change. It's so tedious. It is so tedious. Grinding your crafting levels up. Cooking was the only one that was interesting until it turned into adventure game. Guess what I'm thinking? If it was something where... See, in my opinion, if you're going to make the player spend time on crafting and not just, like, click a button to just do everything instantly, but, like, it should be because there's a minigame involved that you can actually get skilled at. Where it's player skill and not characters, like, invisible skill. Man, I really should eventually get this character weapons that aren't terrible. That's definitely one way of phrasing it. It definitely feels like its primary rewards are about time played rather than... I mean, there's certainly some things, like raids and stuff, but theoretically those reward skill, right? I don't know. I haven't really done the rating system because I've done it a little bit, but a lot of the more organized content I have not dug into as much. Does it? It hasn't seemed that way from the little bit that I've done raids, but... But then I also don't grind the open world in the most efficient way, I'm sure. Like, I have fun playing Guild Wars 2, but I have to limit sort of the quantity that I do, because otherwise it's... bad systems come to apparent. Okay, but who's that on? Is that on you? Yes, it's on you. Okay. Okay, stop beating my face in. You get bonus rewards the first time you do a raid? Ah, of course. That makes sense. Has discovered that Deldroma War Camp is my destination. Congratulations, game. And then there's just so many things that are time gated too. Like, why am I only allowed to craft 1 lump of mithrilium a day? Why can I only buy, you know, X mystic clovers from this NPC a day, or like a week or whatever? It has so many time gates. So yeah, I hope they take a look at the things that worked well and worked poorly in Guild Wars 2. Like, I think their mount system in Guild Wars 2 is overall pretty good. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I don't know why Gifts of Exploration and Gifts of Battle are not tradable on the trading post. I feel like they ought to be. Okay, let's get this Mountain Troll Tusk. I think there is an argument to that, but they certainly make getting around feel better. Mounts are a common thing in open world games for a reason. It's because the games are too big and not dense enough. That is the reason. Infinite trolls. Yeah, but you'll notice after they introduced mounts that they decreased the number of fast travel points. It's a huge difference between core and post-core. Or whatever you want to call it. Really... Path of Fire, once you hit Path of Fire and they introduce mounts, then maps go from having 17 waypoints to having 3. I don't know. I personally enjoy the mount system. I just shrugged my shoulders, and because of holding the camera down, it made everything wiggle. But like, I'm also sympathetic to the argument that it trivializes getting around the maps. Yeah, I frankly don't care for jumping puzzles. So I'm kind of happy to have those be trivial. For like the vistas and stuff. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Where, like, half the challenge is trying to figure out how to even begin getting up to the vista. I mean, it's a problem that Elden Ring has too, though. Like, Elden Ring wants to have these big, grand landscapes and vistas, like not like interactable objects, but like views to look out over. Oh, nice. And the way that it kind of makes that work is by giving you torrent that lets you move way faster. Which allows them to make a big space, but not have to like make you take a year trudging across it. And so it can look spectacular. Now, I think it would work a little bit better in Guild Wars 2 if they had better draw distance, but that's another thing entirely. Draw distance is a challenge. And like, the Guild Wars games have never been great at distant LOD stuff, so... I mean, they certainly have some going on, but like... You know... When you're standing in Port Sledge, can you see this coast? You know what I mean? There's some spots where they do a good job with it, but a lot of times they don't. Like there's probably don't really have it on this character. But when you're in like Eastern Frontier, Pockmark, you can see the back of Fort Rannoch, for example, and that's really cool. But I need to open my pets thing again. Okay, where's the Priest of Sorrows? Why are you not interrupting the healer when I am telling you to interrupt the healer? Okay, can we have fewer trolls around here? Let's get rid of them. Oh yeah. That one's just running to the wall trying to flee from an eruption. Success was ours. Huzzah. I'm probably not going to get Offering of Blood on this character. I'm probably going to get that on my monk. A game with a bad mount system is definitely Tears of the Kingdom. Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. I would say Breath of the Wild has a bad one too, but you can also get a motorcycle in that game, and that works really well. So... like, there's a degree where you go too realistic, and suddenly it doesn't work well anymore. Okay, I'm gonna go around this way because Deldormo War Camp is my destination. Man, Sorrow's Furnace is such a neat conceptual thing, but then all the rewards are experience points, like crazy amounts of experience points. And then they added the scavenger hunt for the Black Moa chick, and suddenly it had some use again beyond just doing the content. The greens were farmed a lot back in the day, but they stopped being of interest to people once. I don't even remember when they fell out of favor. Probably by the time of factions, if I had to guess. It's wild to think that this map didn't, like, Sorrow's Furnace and Grunt's Footprint didn't used to exist. Pretty sure that's the case. They feel so integrated to the game at this point, but I mean, by the time I was playing, they were basically here. Might have been a little bit before they came out, but by the time I was far enough to care, they were here. That's for sure. Okay. Back what you want, I guess. Raven staves are definitely what I think of as a good source of wood. It is interesting to me that Guild Wars 1 much more often wows me with landscape visuals and stuff than Guild Wars 2 does. Like, I have so many more Guild Wars 1 screenshots because of that than Guild Wars 2. I don't know why that is. I just find that interesting. Okay, well, I have reached my destination for today. I do need to clear out my inventory a little bit. Let's see what I got in these giant boots. Superior Protection Prayers. Probably going to be selling that to a merchant. Almost assuredly. But that's how it is. A little bit of wood. Okay, let's merchant these things. The Shiver Peak key is 300 gold as far as I'm concerned. Way more valuable to me merchanted than opening a chest. Almost assuredly. All right, so like I said, that's going to go ahead and wrap up things for me here today. I thank you all very much for watching. I should be back next week, but until then, everyone, take care and goodbye.